we're going to pick up where we left off, where we previously had a giant ship we had built, and we're having a good time with it, but, like, I wasn't feeling particularly threatened, so I kept kind of escalating the fights one after the other, until we eventually ran into a fight that, you know, I just couldn't take. We picked a fight with a pirate who had, like, 6 guns on top of it versus my 1, and I still defeated them and survived. Because when I saw that they had 6 guns and I had 1, I immediately boarded everyone onto my ships, rushed them on over, and we boarded their ship and killed everyone on board. And apparently in this game you cannot take an enemy ship, which I get from a game balance perspective why you might limit that, but really felt kind of crappy that, you know, you could have had that interesting moment where they wrecked your ship and you boarded and stole theirs. But I do understand, then you just have to figure out how to cheese the AI and just skip to having like an endgame ship. So I understand why that's there. But it really was kind of a big bummer. I did manage to get my people back over to my ship and slowly tried to repair and all that. And I wasn't being particularly cautious at that point. I had been becoming more and more reckless. Because, you know, I was looking for some shift in what we were doing. And I did ultimately fix the ship, but doing so, we only had 2 people left by the time it was done. Because, like, the ship had been utterly Swiss cheesed. Just the whole time I was taking out all the enemies, having 6 guns just pounding away at my ship. They had just drilled holes throughout the whole thing. And at that point, we ran into a lot of pain points. Like, a lot of pain points so far as, like, prioritization, not being able to, like, manually assign your people to do certain things. Like, a lot of stuff that in other games in the genre you have ways to work around, that this one just kind of doesn't. And so as a result of all that, we were just running into a lot of stuff. Like I said, I did get it sorted, but, like, it should have been, like, way easier to get it back on business. Like, stuff like, if you have a, any of these types of buildings inside your ship, if those get destroyed, it doesn't, like, put back on to, like, rebuild it. So you have to, like, go and, like, manually tell them, okay, fill in this hole. Okay, now you filled in the hole, now rebuild the shuttle thing. And the whole time, like, everything's trying to fight you so far as having any type of priority system. The scheduling just overriding all other behavior is, again, kind of one of those things that makes it a bit painful to deal with some of that stuff. But we switched to the station mode, and I would definitely say between the ship mode and the station mode to me is hands down, no contest, way better. Like, the ship mode, it's kind of FTL where you jump from system to system to system, and also like FTL, it's kind of like once you've jumped through a system and kind of exploited it, there's no reason to go back there. Now FTL, you have like the Rebel fleet kind of pushing you forward. So, like, there's that. But, like, once you've purged the system and you've, like, mined all the goods out of it, that system's effectively a dead system. And so you kind of work your way through, and my understanding is you complete the main story, and you can kind of do like, a new game plus again and again and keep your ship moving forward. This mode, you have stuff kind of going past you. So, like, you've got, like, your thing kind of goes around, you'll have, like, random derelicts and threats and all that come past you. So you don't end up having to, like, constantly, like, go to new systems and do New Game Plus to keep stuff happening. Instead, like, stuff just keeps coming at you, whether you're ready for it or not. It's nice seeing different creators thing. Yeah, no, I could see definitely people getting into the ship mode. Like, I know FG's been doing the ship mode, but, like, she hasn't tried both modes yet. But yeah, like, for me, like, the one thing I do understand that it was one comment is, like, when you're kind of, things are situated in this mode, you kind of just wait for the next thing to come. Kind of like RimWorld. But, like, the way it works is you do orbit around this, and so, like, we'll come up here, we'll see a bunch of derelicts and asteroids. I do have where I could send what's effectively the equivalent of a caravan over there to go get these. But I'm finding, broadly speaking, a lot of these ones you send your ship out to, I found them to be fairly unrewarding. So that's kind of another thing where it's like, you can go out and you can collect stuff, but I've broadly found it to not be particularly necessary or useful. What were you doing over there? What was that about? So there's definitely some shortcomings in the game. It did release in 1.0, but they are still updating it. I believe I saw that they have a roadmap and everything. I'm looking forward to that, because there's definitely a lot of good in this game, and I've very much been enjoying it. And for full context, we're like 60 or 70 hours into the game. So this isn't me being like, no, there's no content or whatever. No, like 60 or 70 hours for what's this game running right now? It's not much. It's like 14 bucks or something like that. Yeah, it's like $15. So like getting like 50, 60, 70 hours or whatever out of a 15-buck game that is still adding more stuff to it is certainly not something to be upset about. You think out for $7 back in the day? Yeah, no, they did early access the way I like games doing early access. If I'm going to buy your game earlier when it's half-baked because you're still actively developing it, you know, it should cost what's appropriate for the content at the time you purchase it, not the potential of the game. Because, I mean, how many times have we had some game that's promised us the moon and the stars, it drops in early access, it charges like 50, 60 bucks, it's half-baked, and then they either don't get enough sales or some publishing disagreement or something happens, and then we never see the finished product. So we got a bunch of people all getting ready to show up here. Now, one of the things we do have that's pretty cool about this mode is you can go over here to your services, and these are basically things you are offering, you know, offering other people to do for them when they show up, and they'll pay you for it, gain standings, that kind of stuff, and that becomes your income. Back in the day, there was no station mode, but you could use the same pod to build ships and mine. Yeah, no, that's the thing. Like, before the 1.0 release, I had first played it, like, way back when it had first come out, and I hadn't played it since then. And I enjoyed what they had back there, but yeah, no, it's a lot leaner, and there's a lot of problems the game had back then. And to be fair, the game has a story. I'd say the story is a little on the shallow side. It's just like, hey, humanity just needs a new home, and it's kind of like working your way to the new home, and yeah, there's steps along the way to make it engaging or whatever. But, like, it's not a story of being like, that is a novel and interesting and new experience. It's like, nah, man, it's we've already heard this story. Like, it is a story that has been told many a time. Let's go ahead and let's duplicate you again. Yep, no, I got you, who is. And like I said, I've generally enjoyed the game. It's, like, in its current iteration, I don't see this being a game I'm going to get hundreds and hundreds of hours out of. Like, just being entirely realistically. I think it's a fun game. I think it does a lot of things really well. But then there's also, like, you know, it's hard to compete with some of the established players just because they've been around so much longer. And I also know they have a very small dev team. But it is one of those things when I think, you really hope they keep the same pace of the updates? Yeah, no, so far it seems like they will. My hopes of what I would like to see this game do is I would like to see the universe not require kind of like a new game plus thing as the means of resetting, refreshing in the ship mode. Because it feels weird to, like, do the story and end it, and then do the story and end it, and then do the story and end it as your way of, like, progressing. That's kind of a weird one. And then I would like to see them continue to expand on this. I feel like we need more weapon variety, more threat variety. Whether that threat is other enemy units or environmental like that, I don't care. Alright, we're gonna give ourselves more fuel because I always want more fuel. And you're actually willing to pay a premium for those, so I am willing to part with a bunch. Yeah, that'll do. Yeah, because we should be coming up. Yeah, and it's also those things like with the station that the idea is if you want to like move, it's kind of also got like a new game plus mode where you kind of like package your station into some haulers and move them, which is an interesting idea. In practice, I don't know that I would do it. Because like the whole interesting thing to me is like, you know, you continue to build your station and grow it. Let's add 2 fruit beds, 2 nut beds. Okay, another fruit. And then the reason I expanded that is I suspect we're probably at the point I'm going to need to have CO2 production in there because it's going to suck up all the CO2 in that room, and then the plants will start dying. Also going to duplicate that heater so it's got some redundancy. Probably do that there as well. Alright, so we want to expand this room so we can get more stuff there. I really need more energy cells. We're running on this one generator, and that's been fine, but it's kind of the catch if we just need more power. And I could build more generators, and we probably will at some stage, but continuing to expand this the way we have been isn't going to be really sustainable. The solar panels do well, but they produce very, very little power in this game. Like, in this game, these things produce next to nothing compared to your generator. It's something like 20 of the little ones is 1 generator. But a big part of that is intentional. That you are intended to need to depend on non-renewable resources. To be that pressure to get you to go, like, to the next system, do the next trade, what have you. I just realized that broke and I still don't have more energy blocks. And you're also not selling them. Like, I've had to trade for the last couple. We haven't had any new ones come in for a long time. And so I keep cannibalizing stuff to get energy blocks. Which isn't a very feels-good thing. Alright, cancel that. We have a derelict just showed up. Okay. So everyone's actually in pretty good shape. So let's go ahead and just beeline over there. So you 4, draft, get in there. You return home. You 3, draft, start getting in there. And the moment that you're done, I'm going to board the ship because this might actually help us with our energy block problem depending on what's in there. Alright, so grab you, draft you. Climb in here, start grabbing everyone we've got. Everyone's armed at this point. Even if some people are not particularly good at fighting. Because as long as that's broken, our entire production is down. And I just realized that means this won't solve my problem. Because I still won't be able to make the energy block because the recycler's down. So I still have to tear apart that solar panel. We'll deal with that later. Okay, so there's only room for 1 boarding spot. We have to do the whole rotation. So I have 1 board, or 1 dock here. Everyone gets out. The second one will dock. Everyone gets out. Oh good, new mission. I do love that they're going to give me a mission right away. Interesting, you have multiple objectives for me. I'll take the money in this case. And I do realize one of the things they're taking is what's going to be the energy blocks. It's fine. Every time we've had a derelict show up in this mode, it's been like, the derelict starts showing up to a point to grab what I can, knowing I can't get it all. There's just not enough time. Okay. So you get out of here. And you get in here. Alright, we got more stuff going on here than I've seen in that one. Alright, that room looks like it's what we would call a bad time. Okay, so it does seem like these are just hatching one by one. It's also looking like there's the spores there. Alright. What I'm trying to do is get where I can kill everything on the way in. Before things have a chance to escalate. Okay, RJ here is getting sleepy. You get out of here. Open that door. Yeah, so shooting at these. So I'm pretty sure those are spawning stuff for me. The problem is I need to get through. Nothing can actually kill those nests. With how dense that place is. You just have to make a run into that room. Oh, grab everyone. Get into the room itself. Alright. That's DG who got downed. One frustrating thing is how bad their accuracy is with all these things. Get in here. Get in here. I'm pretty sure they're getting cover bonuses. Alright, so people are getting dropped unconscious and all that because of everything going on. Okay, and that should be everything. Now we need to get people out of here because people are going to start suffocating and all sorts of problems soon. Oh, that's a problem. Go get air. Really fast, I need you to finish checking this ship, and I need you to get out of here. Why are you not... Oh, there's a room up here. That's a problem. Because the moment we clear the ship, they'll all start doing their thing. They can pick up everyone and get people out of here as fast as possible. Okay, so undraft everything. So we're going to have to do their best to get people out of here quickly. Alright, so what all did you want from this mission? Because we definitely overstayed our welcome because they were spawning so fast as having problems getting in that room. I could have probably just been more aggressive from the start and it would have worked out much better, but we did what we could. Our other shuttle's already en route to rescue the next group. And then let's check on your mission objective here. So your mission objectives were kill everything on board, do all that, and then get the energy and tech scrap for the other people. Which is fine. Don't leave DG behind. Come on, man. Nope, get back here. And you're completely and utterly ignoring my orders. I'm gonna be super annoyed if they die because of that. Yeah, it's little things like this that can be a bit rough. Because you're like, okay, but no, really. I shouldn't have to manually be like, hey, pick you up. Because most of the time it doesn't. Most of the time it's good. But every once in a while you have ones like that where the shell just nopes out and be like, yeah, who cares? They'll probably be alright. Nope, we got stuff we can mine over here. We do have other ships showing up soon. That will hopefully trade us some energy blocks. But yeah, so as you can see, these will actually slowly drift past us. So you have kind of a limited time. That's kind of what we're doing right now, is we're just going through, and as possible, tearing all the stuff apart. There's a lot of ore on that asteroid. Yeah, so I did have you take apart that solar panel so you can get the high energy block to get this fixed to get us back online. And it also made me realize, we go to one of our people here. I'm pretty sure in one of these boxes, I do have an attachment for my shotgun. There you go. But yeah, so what they'll do is they'll hop over here. They'll start tearing everything apart. We got another ship in system real quick. So no new missions, and let's see. Do you have energy blocks? I will take both of them because I'm desperate, and I'll take your stuff here. You can go ahead and buy that from me at an overpriced amount. I'll also sell you a pistol because I make those now, so I might as well. Alright. So let me get that repaired and bring this all back online. Let's expedite that real quick. I don't know how long that mission's for, and I don't want to fail it because we're just not being aggressive enough. Yeah, I got 2 days. Yeah, so we're going to go over here, and they're just going to prioritize ripping all the tech out of here. That made sense, sure. Alright, so our manufacturing's back online. Okay. So meanwhile, go to our resources. We've got other stuff we can make here. So we've got the metal refinery, the weaver, and a bunch of other things. So here's the metal refinery. Got the weaver here. Have you tried... before you take the Subnautica plunge, have you ever played it? Did you like it? So the original Subnautica and Subnautica 2, I very much enjoyed. I definitely kind of agree with the consensus that, you know, Subnautica 1 is the better Subnautica. But, you know, I still enjoyed 2. 2 is still good. There was just kind of the, with a lot more trying to build up the story and all that, there was definitely pros and cons to that decision. But, yeah, no, it's good. I enjoy Subnautica. Okay, and I'll be pushing the limit of that. So I'm going to need to go over here, go to power, put a large power node in here. Which will make this one redundant. You love being able to have your mobile base at Cyclops? Yeah, no, absolutely. And I just burned us through all our tech blocks because I wasn't paying attention, but that's okay. We're getting some research by tearing everything apart on there. I do kind of like that as a mechanic, that you get very little bit of research each time you take apart a building, so over time, even if you're not doing your own research itself, you would eventually research things by just tearing it all apart. Okay, and you don't have tech blocks. What about you? Yes, none of them have tech blocks. That's fine. Yeah, we can get these up and running. Once these are all built, they'll let me make more block types and all that here, which will help. Yeah, research-wise, we're making good, good progress on energy refinery. Don't have much use for it yet, but it is part of the more manufacturing. So what are you waiting on? Okay, so we're not waiting on the medical bed. That's fine. So we have people are coming by, eating food that we're providing. They're giving me a little bit of money here and there for doing it. When we get a chance to get some more entertainment, we can go ahead and get that going in there. New derelict. Okay, it appeared right next to the other one. So the priority is going to be to get this one done first. Why did you not mark that as finished? Oh, there we go. Okay, so they finished their first objective. Make sure they didn't get... Okay, no new missions on that one. But want to check out that other salvage opportunity there, because that's a nice big one as well. When we get a chance. Right now, I want everyone to have a chance to, like, eat food, rest, get recovered, before we tackle the next one. They don't have people having mood breaks or anything in the middle of it. I also just realized when I pulled that solar panel. Why don't you have power? Oh! Oh, we exceeded what we can have for our grid. Okay. So I need another one of these core systems. Sure. That requires a high-tech block that I don't have to spare. I'm just gonna have to sit there without having the system points so we have an opportunity to get that stuff. Alright, so yes, they're just ripping apart the hull and that. Oh, I see it. Thank you, thank you. Missing a power cable here. Enemies have entered the sector. Looks like there'll be attack on us. Let's get ready. Okay, they hopped out. We filled them through with a whole bunch of bullets. And then they surrendered. You got lucky this time, Spacefarer. Crosses again. We got your ship and leave you floating. Well, you don't really give me another alternative, so I'm shooting you in the back of the head. Hang on, my gun jammed. Yeah, it's the same dialogue. Because they don't have a prison for him. Alright, so the only one who got hurt is Liam here took a couple solid hits. Actually, it looks like he mostly just got hit with a stun gun, or a stun gun pretty hard. But don't worry. What we'll do is we'll take those corpses and we'll make them into compost. So that way they can help feed our future people. Came to hear you took a few hits? Yeah, we got raided by pirates. We just did the stand at the door of the shuttle with everyone crouched down and guns ready strategy. It worked really good, but you did get tagged once by a stun gun. We used, I mean, we just bunched everyone in. Works 99% of the time except against the Empire. Darth Vader hallway method. Yeah, I need to get an actual proper defensive position. What does it take for that? Infra blocks? Well, we don't have spares of those right now. But I could put, like, some defensive position here. So when they go to do that, I could run everyone over here, plunk them down. Yep. So I could plunk everyone down behind cover. Hey, Tech, how's it going? Yeah, so you're down to that. Here's why none of them are going out and doing anything remotely. I mean, they're probably just catching up with construction projects. At this point, that completely covers everything you do. You can dismantle that one. You can dismantle that one. It's redundant now. But the medicine helps a lot, and you're still alive in the game. Okay, so we got another derelict ship, all showing up in kind of the same spot. Okay. Give me a couple tech blocks, because I need those. You can take the stun guns. I'll also sell you the pistol. And the hyperfuel that I can't use because I'm a station. Spare one of those as well while we're at it. Okay, so that should take care of the tech block problem for a little bit here. Or at least mitigate it some. I didn't realize we were doing the repair for him. And once people have had a chance to recover their energy, go on aboard and shred the next ship. I'm guessing we're doing repair service now. I don't think we're still trading. No, we finished the trade. Okay, so refined. If we have not enough of any of these things, start making them. Go to this. Alright. No need to wait for more other stuff to go on. And then once you get this, we can start cleaning up these solar panels and all that to make this better. There's so much rich ore over there that I will not have enough time to grab. Okay, so we got 2 more derelicts. I just gotta wait for at least a good number of our people to be good to go. New mission available. Retrieve items of interest off of the Ingenuity. Okay, and that's this one. Alright, I would like to do that. And we're only gonna get like 1 day to work on it. In this case, use those tech blocks. Alright. so you four basically ready to rock and roll if we've got one of our shuttles here. Hey, DG, thank you so much for the 155 stream streak. I appreciate that. You five are ready to go. You return home. I'll be bored over here on this end. The others need a moment to recover still. But once they recover a little bit, we can work on that. Now, if we see the bugs, it's not too bad. If we do see the mechs, that's a bit more dangerous. Keep playing fun games, they'll keep coming back. Oh no, I had planned to stop playing fun games. I have to rethink that strategy. Alright, so the good news is it is a bug station. They're all going somewhere. So we can't bait them into this opening and just start breading them. Okay, you're not particularly great shape to get to work. But I do want to bring in the extra support. Okay, and you are ready to meet up over here. Okay. Get you over here. Open this out and let you out. What's this? Foe or merchandise? Looking around? I see I hold no leverage here. Crew must abandon me in hypersleep, leaving me with nothing to barter. They don't want to stay here. Yep, welcome aboard. Thank you, I'll do my best. Alright, so before we get too far with that, let me go ahead and do this. Which is, if you do exclamation mark join, I will name any new people we get after you, including the one that we just got. So I'll let that go for a minute before we worry about anything past that. New mission from the Nomad. Yeah, so that's the other ship. We're gonna have to wait. How long do I have to decide on that? 5 hours, of course. Let's get this real fast. So I just need to check this, get everyone out of here. We can probably accept the next mission. feel like it's gonna be like one of these guys. Oh, wait, no, wait. Bunch up. There's like 9 of you standing there with shotguns. How are you missing that all? Alright. So I've got that. And you got that mission objective to turn in there. Let's double check on you. So you want me to retrieve the medical kit. So you'll go ahead and work on that. How long do I have to retrieve the log? 1 day once I accept it. You are willing to give me 2 rifles of good quality. Or a bunch of money. Which is interest. Yeah, so I'm gonna take turns getting ferried home. Grabbing the 1 or 2 things we need to grab for objectives, that we can queue them up to rip that apart. Meanwhile, I can go to trade for you. Do you have anything I particularly want? They do have some spare tech blocks. Let's grab the tech block. Actually, change my mind. Right now, we're just gonna hold on to the money, I think. We've got tons of it. But we're not waiting on anything to do more there. So Liam fell down because they got sleepy. And I'll turn in that mission. How much more time do I have there? There's that reward. And we'll let that cook for a minute. I won't bother queuing them up to salvage that quite yet. I definitely feel like the guns are going to be the better money here. So I've got 1 in-game day to get a group over there. Okay, so this, you, and you are all doing pretty good, so hop on the shuttle. And then meanwhile, we got our brand new person here. Wait. You don't have a weapon. You're not going. Let's set you to inventory. Do this. Primary. Secondary. So instead, GG's probably the next best person. Alright, so let's get our person. So this is our new person we just got. So the one we're going to be naming, you're a Nystophilia. Finds comfort in the dark. Mood is not affected by the absence of light. Working speed is slightly faster. Cannot have a penalty from moving stuff in the dark. You can carry a lot of boxes. You got a lot of potential here. But, you're definitely going to be my logistics person because I need more of that, and you can do that well. So let's go fist full of face. I need to go to your schedule now. So we go to your schedule. So you aren't set, so you have 1, 2, 3 on schedule 1. 1, 2, 3 on schedule 2. Yes, you'll need to be on schedule 3. Alright, so as soon as Canahawk's here, you can board the next ship. And the others aren't really ready to do anything yet. Did I redraft you after all that? Oh no, I didn't redraft you. You're still drafted. Oh no, but you aren't. It's fine. So who's standing around? DG is standing around drafted, not doing anything. So what we're going to need to do is send Fistful of Face back because I didn't get them a gun before I had sent them over. So let's see what we're up against here. I'm hoping more bugs. Cool. Alright. So in that case, we've got you over there. So DJ, Liam, you three get there. Alright, and you are ready to pop on over to drop off a second group. Because the good news, it looks like it just literally set in this platform and just shooting gallery them. Who is Leslie? Let's grab Leslie. Tuck her on the shuttle. My assumption here is that she's infected and she's gonna, like, spew out spores in no time. I'm gonna worry about that here in a minute. Alright. I found the data pad and they're gonna give me guns. And then everyone's undrafted. Cool. So with that, we can go to all of these ships. You are already set to salvage everything here. We can go to you. Salvage everything here. Go to you. Salvage everything here. And just take what you can get. Not sure if you noticed, but whatever guns you whatever your guns accidentally damage, to make it worth less tech blocks. As for Infected One, I typically quarantine the hell out of them for multiple days until they spore. If they survive, welcome aboard. If they don't, more H2O. Yeah, that's the thing. It does work out that my my medical lab is my medical room is its own private little thing. So usually when they just stay there, it's kind of fine. The big danger there is when they go to eat. We got your mission done. We got your mission done, so love to see that. That is one of the things I want to get going, is I do want to expand our medical to have more medical rooms. for that same kind of thing, is to try and do our best to keep people like that in their own place. Okay. Lost track of the person we rescued. Did they die on the way, maybe? New derelict. Alright, got a bunch of people here we're treating for medical stuff. And or eating food here. They're still in the shuttle? That's the thing, it didn't look like it. Yeah, no, I don't see him there. Maybe they're so close to gone, because they were on their last limb when I pulled them on the shuttle. It is entirely possible that maybe I put them on the shuttle and they just died before I managed to do anything else. Okay. And we're pushing the limit on our power again and again, which is not what you want to do. Okay. Can we get a couple more blocks out of you? Yes. Give me your infra blocks. All of them. Intertech blocks. We got a shotgun and a rifle, so you're gonna get a rifle. And you'll get a rifle. Yeah, I can only assume that they died on the shuttle while we were clearing the rest of the station. Like I said, they were pretty messed up. A lot of people are just hungry, which is just a matter of actually stopping to eat the food. And how's our research coming along? We are working on the energy refinery still, that's fine. I'm gonna move those two for now. Clean up this area. Try and supplement our power. Okay, so you got a new ship here with a new salvage contract for super blocks and hull blocks. I can sweat that too much. How long do I have to choose that mission? 5 in-game hours. To give her a chance for people to recover, because we are doing that thing where just one thing is coming after the other thing is coming after the other thing is coming, and not really taking a chance to, like, catch up on anything. I think it's getting to the point I'm going to need a second bathroom. I'd probably say... Well, I don't have a use for the super blocks yet, so I might just literally keep taking the cash. Because the other one is I just take the fuel. Let's take the cash. The cash doesn't weigh anything. So I got 3 days to get it done. So when one of our shuttles gets back, we can work on that. Alright. Cool. You four are fairly well rested. Draft up. Get on the shuttle. You're wave 1 to go to the Disillusioned. Alright. And we had our brand new person. Let's make sure you're actually set to do logistics first. So let's see. So, Fistful, logistics. That is your primary responsibility around here. Because you're able to carry 3 boxes at the same time, versus everyone else is like 1 and then sometimes 2. Okay. You got messed up. You get back in the ship. There. Split them out so I got as much of a view angle as possible so I'm more likely to aggro them. Okay. Probably not many left on the whole ship. We did kill a heck of a lot there. Okay. So expedite that one. That'd be another one cleared. As everyone else does what they can. Alright, so pretty soon I'm going to need to expand this out more. So let's go ahead and tell you to start drilling up those. Because you're getting a lot of people staying here, which is a really good problem to have. But also is just another thing to deal with. How are we doing so far as our friendships, by the way? Alright, Canahawk is friends with Luxray. Fanul is friend, or, Infinite is friends with Fanul. Liam is friends with, Tekrish and DG. A lot of these people actually don't have much in common. I actually have a lot of people here who don't like each other, which is a little concerning. So DG here is getting kind of the last thing. Yeah, so you're getting whiny because you're by yourself. Stop giving me new derelicts to deal with. I've got two shuttles going constantly trying to keep up. Let me guess. Salvage the derelict. You got 3 days. Alright. You're dropping something off down there. We retrieved your log. You've got 2 days, 11 hours to finish salvaging that one. Alright. And everyone's doing their best to keep up, but, like, this whole thing is slammed. Does he need more space to put your resources? Oh, this thing here where it has the spot there, that's just logistics. We need the logistics to actually do. I have a full storage here available. I physically need them to pick up the boxes and move them, which they're working on. I'm aware we're on backup power. I got queued to start getting some more solar panels put in place and all that to help out with that problem. Alright, so... Sure. It's not the call I should make, but it's a call I will make. Did you get your guns yet? You've not gotten your guns yet. Let's get you aboard. And run you over here to... Oh, it's over there. To deal with the new ship that's arrived. Like, that's basically the problem, is we're just... There's so many of these ships arriving so rapidly that I'm not really able to take the time to go through them. I'm trying to do the ones that have the missions for them first, because that's getting a double payday. That's not what I wanted to see. Please actually land your hits. Drop back here, force them out into my area. And real fast, we'll have you do that log. Cool, we got instant credit for it. And a new crew member. Potentially. They can also be dead in the capsule sometimes. It does happen. Who's there? Identify yourself. The ship's a wreck. You're no enemy. I see. My brothers must have left me in hyperspace. I don't want to stay here. Welcome aboard, you astronaut alien lover. And meanwhile, I go in here. Alright, so let's check on what our actual instructions and missions we still have going on. So we have this one for salvaging, which is for the disillusioned, which is you, which I do have for you. Oh, there we go. There's the problem. That'll help. So let's go here and choose to salvage all of this. Cool, I got credit for that anyways. So grab all the goodies. Okay, are all my missions done? Yeah, all missions are done. So basically, salvage everything you can. Hey, Bentley, how's it going? And just do your best in all these. Kind of annoyed, but fine. Yeah, that's always a bummer. I'm doing pretty well myself. I really have got to get this stuff sorted out here. Meanwhile, let's go ahead and get our brand new person on here. So first, inventory, do this, primary, shotgun, secondary, pistol. All right. And let's see. Your name as our brand new person is going to be Dragon Repairman. All right. So that officially puts us up to having 4 people on the same schedule time, which we're going to start running into problems. We're going to need a second bathroom. It won't be too much longer before I'm going to need some other stuff. The first thing I need to do is have my people have 30 seconds to get anything done. Did you all dock and then immediately start going to the airship? Oh, you're still set to be... Don't expedite that anymore. Alright. It's true you're annoyed about always being annoyed. Yep. So basically what needs to happen here is, as much as we can, just keep moving boxes. And as people get the ability to do literally anything else, great. Hey, you're willing to trade with me? Sell you a couple of spare guns I got laying around. I don't particularly need those, so let's grab more fuel. That's fine. Okay. We're just ripping apart all the ships we can to get the resources while they're present. Hannah Hawk is unconscious. Oh, you're on the shuttle back. You fell unconscious. You just overstayed your welcome. Okay. Yeah, basically it seems like while the, what do you got going on that you're all hurt? Okay. We got everyone coming on board. That is a lot of people coming by to eat. I wonder how our reputations are going with us actually starting to provide lots of services. Most of them are still neutral, only ever so slightly in the positives at all. Okay. So a bunch of these are getting cleared out, which is good. We got a lot of stuff that just kind of sitting half done. Yeah, we're not even finding time to do the research or anything. Well, been enjoying this game, but you finally had something break. Everyone just stands around all of a sudden. It was a good run. Yeah, no, that's, I've definitely had, like, the game is really fun for a while, and every once in a while you have some, like, a wall won't form, and you'll be, like, trying just a bunch of stuff, being like, I just need you to repair that wall. Like, I have everything. Why won't you do it? You know, sometimes reloading fixes it. Sometimes you have to, like, you know, delete everything around and rebuild and that kind of stuff. There's definitely some of those, like, just one-off, it doesn't quite work quite right stuff. New derelict. No. Stop it. We're reaching the end of the area that will see new derelicts for a while. I'm gonna wait till someone asks me to actually go on there for salvage or something. Oh, I'm just gonna let my people keep doing what they're doing. You just they just act permanently as though they're free time. Loading what doesn't change it. Then they yell at you because they're hungry. Okay. One of these days, one of these products will get done. We'll see. That is a very busy, shuttle port. There's a lot of good stuff in here we're trying to collect really fast. Okay, and you're willing to give me more goodies if we salvage yet another ship. Fine. I don't make smart decisions. Oh, it's DG. I did accept that, right? Yep. Because, like, each time we're doing this, they're paying me almost $1,000. Even if I don't get anything else out of it, which I'm getting lots out of it. It's just very much overwhelming our ability to get stuff done. A poor quality submachine gun. Back off. I want them to come to me as much as we can make it happen. Okay. Alright, so this is not the cleanest. We're doing the best we can. Rough ass spaces, there's sure a lot of alien-infested ships hanging around. Yep. I just realized Fistful doesn't even have a weapon. What do we got over here? Yeah, I'll just grab it when we're done. Probably gonna be one more, I'd guess, in this corner somewhere. Oh, nope, there we go. Okay, so expedited, these two, this, select all, grab all that. You're getting pretty close to the point I shouldn't be checking on that anymore. Okay, so there's another haul done. Give medical assistance? Sure. Give me the money. Cool. Welcome aboard. All right. Okay. He has his fist. Bug Punch Man. I have so many people on board. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. We have so ridiculously many people on board visiting us right now from all of these ships coming in here. Like I said, we're probably getting to the last of the derelict ships we're going to see in this area for a good long while. It also looks like there's an infestor on the way to us, which I really hate the idea of this many people here and an infestor. Okay, you pass down the shuttle, that's fine. Oh wait, you already got the thing saying that basically you got credit for it. Alright. Just all those rooms. I have that many rooms, and they're all blocked up because of how many people are visiting. Okay. The good news is when they wake up, I'm gonna get a boatload of money all at once. And all these people are kind enough to bring all their poo with them so that they can resupply our water. And part of the reason I'm going ahead and still, even though like I'm going, oh, we're aliens detected. We have an two infestors. Yeah, get him. Okay. No problems. We had before an infestor got onto one of the visiting ships, and then they became yet another derelict for us to salvage, which is pretty sweet. All right, we've officially hit the point that our bathroom cannot keep up. They have people who are crapping themselves. This only sounds like an actually not included playthrough. Holy crap, there's so many of you. Calm down. I do not particularly want to use an explosive grenade launcher in tight corridors. I'm give me the meat. I'll need that. The blocks are doing okay. It's just with everyone salvaging right now, we don't have anyone fast to deal with other things. Alright. So we're going to write off this one of the salvages. It's just too close to the edge of the map now. Alright. Probably able to damage walls. What happened to you that you have to repair the outs? Oh, I'm providing repairing services. I forgot that I have that. Repair service satisfaction 100%. Heck yeah. Is there more services we can provide? We're not quite to the point of entertainment. Our medical services, not seen as the best. Let's see. I can sell the food. I'm a little concerned about getting that animal going. We'll see what happens there. The ore processing would be something to consider as well. Ah. Yeah, so I won't be able to provide the entertainment. I see. They're buying up my metals in mass quantity. I can get behind this. Okay. DG's having a rough time. What's your deal? Mostly that you got been the crap out of and you're needy. You're getting most of that peeled apart already, so that's good news. Take the infestor corpse, because I can process that into more liquids. They're like, can you help us? Nah, man, I am super overburdened right now. Like, everyone's working at top speed. Oh, don't sell below a minimum amount. Gotcha. Interesting. A real dangerous game here, but that's okay. The fabrication, I can't make those yet, so I won't worry about that. Warning, a high rank will set a bounty on your head for being an arms dealer. I'd definitely like to do that eventually. Everyone's just buying everything as fast as they can. That's because we've been stockpiling so much stuff. Okay, so we basically abandoned that one. You still got tons of stuff in you. You're mostly done. You're mostly done. All right. We're treating everyone's medical stuff. Well, they finally got those taken apart. So honestly, in this case, since you didn't just move them, get some more solar up here just to try and supplement things. Basically what's going to happen is we're going to be like completely unable to get anything done here for a while, and then these derelicts are going to get out of range. And once that happens, the things at base will start getting taken care of real fast. You look like you're down to just hull? Yes, you're just down to hull. You're down to infra and hull. You've got a little bit of good stuff on you still. You got a little bit of good stuff on you still. Yeah, so it's mostly down to just basically hull and a little bit there. Once they pull out all the other stuff, it'll be just the one thing tearing apart hulls that help. One of the problems I'm running into is they're coming in here asking for repair services, and we're very quickly running out of hull plate. Okay. That'll help with the throughput of all these shuttles coming through. Never mind, we don't have the supply set. Let's not prioritize them. Okay. Everyone's doing their best. Okay. How are we doing on water, by the way? I have 254 water. We are doing amazing on water. I do not need water. Holy crap, when did that get out of control? Oh, I think it's because of the army of people coming into my station and pooing constantly. And then, you know, all the biological waste we're also getting from all of these, you know, bugs and all that stuff. Yeah, seem to be focused on gutting this building, or gutting that one, that's fine. And meanwhile, you're just hacking up all this stuff to make room. Ah, I see. Those also need a little bit of hull block. We got everything else they need. Okay. That's fine. We'll get there. So pretty soon, these derelicts are going to be out of here. Like, very quickly, we're running them all out of their good materials. Yeah, so you're just tall. I don't care. Incoming rogue bots. All right. Okay, rogue bots detected where? Down there is unfortunate. We're lucky the shuttle won't come from here and they'll go and attack this stuff over here. Just trying to keep an eye on the shuttles. No, you don't have a defense. That's unfortunate. You should have thought about that. You seem to have chosen a different target. Okay. Cool, so I've got that. Oh, I still don't have a scanner. I was like, why don't I have more information? Right, I never did build a scanner because I've always had other things I was working on. Okay, so you're still working on that. Yeah, just literally down just infra blocks and hull blocks is the only thing left on these platforms. Okay, we did a bunch of trades. Get a bunch of stuff like fuel and all that. Probably won't be too much longer till we get the group of bots in here causing us grief. Okay, rogue bots detected. Luckily they're coming in from a side I don't have any shuttles nearby at all. So I'm gonna go bully our visitors before they bully me. Okay. So everything's still doing fine here. Okay, nothing. No wrecks to go and take apart, which is unfortunately. We've got you already capped off. Oh, that was to give medical assistance. Like, what? What was I supposedly doing for you? Right. We still had that queued up this whole time. Alright, so you're almost fully picked off. On the plus side, all of this can be slowly crafted in all those blocks we need. It also looks like Liam is getting stuff done for actually building our solar panels to help with our power issues. Alright. This is a lot. Do you think you can kill hundreds of hours in this game? Probably not. I mentioned it earlier. There isn't that much enemy variety in the game from what I've seen. So like very genuinely I don't see the combat staying particularly engaging long term. You also have very little weapon variety, and unfortunately while there is some variation in enemies, whether you're running with the melee enemies, the strategy is group up in a big line and shoot your gun. And if they're ranged, you group up in a big line and shoot your gun. And if they're robots, you group up in a big line and shoot your gun. And if they're insects, you group up in a big line and you shoot your gun. And if they happen to be other, humans, you group up in a big line and you shoot your gun. So you get where that's going. Like, the weapon variety doesn't actually cause you to, feel a need to change up how you're playing either. So that is a negative. I still think you'll get good time, and for the record, I've got about like 60 or so hours in here. But if you're talking hundreds of hours, I don't see this game being a hundreds of hours kind of game. Not in its current form. But it does have mods. Granted, the modding scene is not that strong yet. It does support mods. So if it does get picked up, that could potentially change a lot of that. They do seem to be continuing to add to the game, which again, could potentially add a bunch to that as well. But yeah. And thank you, SnowGod, for the 3-stream streak. I do appreciate that. So, like, all in all, I still would say it's a very, very good game. But, like, with the combat, there's not a lot of variance. With a lot of your threats, there's not a lot of variance. Which is going to limit the playtime you're going to get out of it. It'll be like if you played, Stranded Alien Dawn. It's kind of the same thing as, like, that has. Where Stranded Alien Dawn has a lot of cool stuff it's doing. I really like the research in Stranded Alien Dawn. But because of the limited variance in the game, it's one of those ones you play for a little while, and then you're like, oh, okay. Like, it's just, there's not enough there to keep it fresh. So it gets stale pretty quick. Whereas actually, say that's one of the strengths of RimWorld, which is not really a fair comparison because RimWorld's been around for a very long time. But, that's one of the big strengths of RimWorld is, like, you've got that. Yeah, no, didn't Stranded Alien Dawn 1.0, like, years ago? Yeah, I thought you 1.0'd a long time back. Yeah, they definitely don't have the early access thing. But I wanna say that 1.0'd maybe 2-3 years ago. To be fair, the game didn't significantly change, in my opinion, between its early access and its 1.0. Like, they added stuff, like, not to do that. But, like, it wasn't substantial. It was, like, some polish, a little bit extra. They didn't do a lot of extra content, and I don't believe they've been doing much with it since that. Let me check. I think as well as ones that they got their 1.0 and they went, that's good. Yeah, so the last major update was in 2024, and then they joined Paradox, but then didn't seem to, like, there's not been any notifications of new updates or whatever. Yeah, so it looks like it 1.0'd in 2023, it looks like. They're unsatisfied with their food and fuel service. Yeah, Paradox shelved it and gave up on it. Well, and it's interesting because, like, it hadn't had an update in a very long time, and then Paradox acquired it, and then just didn't update it either. So it makes me wonder if there's, like, some big technical problem they were dealing with. When did you 1.0? Looks like it may have 1.0'd around early 2023. And then they did one or two kind of big updates in 2023. And then for the most part, it kind of just languished after that. They just kind of never went back to it. But like I said, I think that was just the problem was when it went 1.0, you could sit down and you'd play just a couple of play sessions and you kind of finished what the game had. So it just didn't have much staying power for a genre that, you know, is very heavy on the sandbox side of it. And the one thing that sandbox games should be good about is just kind of one of those things of being like, being able to sink a bunch of time, because it's more about setting up systems that you can expand upon and do cool stuff. Alright, so I have more fruit than I need. And the question is there like unsatisfactory service? Okay, so it doesn't look like it hurt my reputation. My assumption is what that did is for these services we're providing here, that it knocked those down. Need a complaints cannon for the service of your station. Don't like repairs? Make sure to come back for more. Okay, and we're pretty close to having it. Yeah, so it's just infra scrap there and infra scrap here, and then the rest is just haul. These other ships will probably leave soon. Okay, we got ourselves another solar panel up and running. We're gonna leave that alone for right now, because I need those hull blocks before we start having other problems. Because I'd like to expand to get some more rooms here. I'd like to expand because I need I need more bathrooms. Just, not only a second, we just need some extra bathrooms and all that. It would be good to get at least 1 or 2 more medical beds, so as people come in, I can treat multiple people at once. We'll probably end up wanting to expand our hydroponics since we're starting to sell food in copious amounts. Okay, and everyone's managing to grab all the bricks and get them out of here. Okay, you got nothing left there. Nothing left there. Nothing left there. We got just the one here for infra blocks, and then it's just entirely on the building ship. Which you could potentially need another one of those. Bear with me, chat. I really need to use restrooms, so I'm going to do that, and I'll be back in just a couple minutes. And thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back. Okay, sorry about that. I was just getting ready to get back from my break, and Tomb got home, so I was just grabbing the food that she brought home and everything. Right, so I gotta do the whole thing where I gotta go into options, lower the resolution, switch to full screen, give it a moment to load over here, choose OK, switch it back to borderless. Alright. Yeah, because unfortunately I'm in a situation I don't have a car right now. I dropped my car off for service on Friday, and they're like, hey, it's probably going to be a couple of days so you can look at it. Fair enough. And, like, you know, it's going in, and, like, the reason it's going in is the check engine light was, like, coming on and off. I'm like, okay, that's, like, it's not just, like, it flicked once or twice. Like, alright, so this thing's coming on and off, so I'm probably looking at something failing soon. No problem. We have enemies in system. Okay, it looks like they're going to be boarding... Alright, I'm down to watch this throwdown happen. But, like, so, you know, check engine light's coming on. With it being inconsistent, I would have gone out of my way for it. But, in addition to that, the AC just stopped working entirely. And then on top of that, the interior fan was kind of going on and off kind of thing. And so it's like all of these things kind of became more and more of an issue. And it's like, okay, I gotta take this thing in and get it looked at. Fair enough. That's understandable. But, I went to bring it in, and it's like, okay, I have 3 things. I need these 3 things. Like, it's like, cool, we'll do a diagnostic. It'll cost that much. I'm like, right. That is what you're gonna do. Please list these 3 things. Like, these are the 3 things I need looked at. Hey, Blind, thank you so much for the raid. I really do appreciate that. I hope you had yourself a good stream and all that stuff. Let me go and get you a shout-out. For those who don't know, Blind IRL, another fantastic content creator, a fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team, the stream team I'm on, playing some Brigador Killers. I am unfamiliar with that game. How was Brigador Killers? Well, I'm guessing these pirates didn't do a good job, considering that shuttle just left empty. So they definitely boarded a military ship, and then it's still there with no noticeable damage, and the pirates didn't leave. So, I'm gonna guess they were unsuccessful. Pretty cool. Gotcha. What kind of a game is it? And also, like, if you got a raid and run and all that stuff, that's totally fine. Don't let me hold you up and all that kind of stuff. But obviously, you know you're welcome. But yeah, so again, check out Blind RL, another fantastic content creator on the platform. Does a lot of stuff like a lot of indie games, like your Dwarf Fortresses. Dwarf Fortress. There's one of those. You know, your Caves of Cud, all that kind of stuff. So that's the kind of thing you're looking for. You can find it over there. It's kind of Syndicate-esque. Okay. Interesting.
Thank you, White Jager, for subscribing for 18 months.
And thank you, White Jaguar, for the Prime Gaming sub. That's 18 months that you've been subbed to stream, and I really do appreciate the continued support. Isometric run and gun salvage stuff, you blew up really good. Gotcha. Okay. That sounds like fun. That sounds like a good game. I like that kind of stuff. There's definitely time for the run and gun game. But yeah. So today we're playing some Space Haven. One second, let me check something real fast. Yeah, stop salvaging that one. It's about to leave the area. It's just a demo at the moment. Original was a mech sim. Gotcha. Gotcha. Cool. But yeah, so we're checking out Space Haven. It's in its 1.0 release, which just dropped a couple days ago, which is sort of, depending on your game mode, like someone took RimWorld and then shoved it in space and then gave it like a gloss over of FTL, or depending on if you're playing on the station mode, which I'm doing, it's sort of like, no problem, Blind, you get that food and all that stuff and get packed for a trip and all that. Hope you have a good time with your trip and all that, and I hope you find some good food. But thank you again so much for that raid. But yeah, so it still has like the RimWorld aspect of it. It's got like a very light tycoon thing. If anyone's ever seen the hospitality mod for RimWorld, the space station mode is very hospitality in the fact that you can provide all these services and people pay for it. And right now we're kind of really crowded because I've got all these people visiting to use my services. We've got all these ships that are derelicts that we've been gutting for stuff as they float by to continue building. And things are kind of grinding to a slow speed because I've been taking all the time to tear these apart for all their materials and neglecting my own base because these are only here for a little while. But like we're running into problems where I need more toilets. There's just a backup on the toilets. I'm getting copious amounts of water, like genuinely problematic amounts of water because people are visiting and then using my toilets, which is good because that's where we're getting our material for keeping, keeping our hydroponic system working, but also kind of mildly concerning. Alright. So the primary things making our people upset is they've been stuck in their spacesuits for a really long time because they're just sending them out here for all this. Oh yeah, but when Blind raided in, we were having a pirate attack showed up. And they didn't hit me, they decided to hit this ship here, which is a fairly military ship. It's got a bunch of guns and such on it. And so 4 dudes in a shuttle hopped out into there, and I just saw like bunches of injury like text go up. And then the shuttle left with no one in it. So I'm sure it went fine. Alright, but I'm trying to get more power going, so we can hopefully strain our power grid less and less. The solar panels in this game are pretty awful. To give you an idea, that generator is the equivalent of 20 of the small solar panels. The big ones, I think, they're equivalent of 2. So it'd be like 10 of these solar panels is one generator. But right now, I just kind of need to let it run. Alright, so one person was unhappy with the food supplies we were offering, while the other people are very happy with my other offerings. I do want to get more food going as soon as we have the capability of doing that. And let's see, do we have anything else here? Gotcha. So we've got everything off of there other than just the hull itself. So I can start ripping that apart next. Yeah, so I want to try and get a bunch more solar panels down just to try and mitigate our power consumption a little bit. And otherwise keep things going on here. But yeah, so we basically let them stay in these rooms like it's a hotel. We feed people who show up, we'll give them medical attention, and they give us money. I have so much money. I just looked and didn't realize how much money I was sitting on. Give me all that. I'll take all that from you. You have nothing I want or need. I guess technically I should be buying some of these medical supplies. Okay. Yeah, so we got a bunch of medical supplies off them. That'll just have to do. Alright. Where are you, Doc? Is there anything left on there? Okay. Yeah, so once those hulls go away, if we watch out here... Oh, wow, it's taken me so long to process those that we're going to get into the next set. That's not how I wanted that to work. Because I just need them continue to work the industry a lot more. Alright, so we do have a lot of people working on logistics right now. We definitely need to get the logistics bot up and running when we get a chance. And probably a salvager bot as well. Because that'll free some of our people up and just let those bots do a lot of the work. but I just need a chance. So all the mining stuff has fallen off the map already. Yeah, so I just need to have the chance so I can mine this stuff out to clear some more space. I just need them to keep processing the stuff here. But right now, things are just getting backed up and we're just waiting to get them all cleared. Another thing we could probably do is if we go to storage, got corpse storage, so that has to be inside. Yeah, so we'll definitely want to get, like, the different corpse storages and all that. Resources... The only one we're missing is energy. We've got all of those built, though we do need more toilets and entertainment stuff. Alright. We've got everyone carrying stuff as best they can. And I guess I'll go ahead and tell them just make any of these things you can. Why not? So you cost that. Yeah, I can have them make extra oxygen tanks that we can just sell. Actually, do I want them to do that? Probably not, actually. Get that out of here. Yeah, so as you can see, once you get the manufacturing going, you start flicking in and out of power reserve. We just overwhelm our power grid. They're doing our best to try and keep up, but the generator can't quite handle it. That's okay, they're still carrying away all the boxes anyways. Like, what I'll probably need to do is when we get some more hull plates, we can drag those up, you know, drag those over here, make like a dedicated, like, power room or something out here somewhere. So you're basically spent, you're about spent, you're about spent. Alright, so we're doing what we can. What are you? Interesting. So you got citizens coming for entertainment and diner. We have an infestor on the way. Can I see... So I can buy mining operation locations. Oh, interesting. So I can straight up buy people from... Not buy people, but like... bring people on board. For influence or prestige or whatever. Okay. Yes, at some point I should start trying to clear out some of these threats. Alright. Okay, we're actually finally getting some research going again. And they are actually getting researching on advanced nutrition going on. That'll be a really big one, because that'll let us grow artificial meat, and once we can do that, we can make all of the food types. So then we should be basically self-sufficient for the most part. One thing we probably need to do is go to our services here. It's unlikely I'll be able to supply the fuel they want. And fabrication, you'd want those. Arms dealer, you want these. It does warn me that the more we do arms dealing, the more we'll have, like, threats come after us. Another thing we can do is take these pods, move them down here somewhere, just to free up some space. Then I can expand this room and make more of an entertainment area. I still have this cargo platform. I don't particularly feel a need to worry about it. And they're bringing the last of the boxes in. You got new ships showing up soon. Yeah, it's like I have plenty of fuel, we're just overwhelming our generator. But until I have more hull places, I can't really put down more generators. I also can't put down more solar panels either. Okay. So I'm hoping when the new ship shows up, it'll be good to go from there. Alright, so no missions, trade, new trade. Would you like some guns? Have you ever been in the mood to be offered a whole lot of guns and all that? Because we can provide. Meanwhile, give me your 2 fuel. And unfortunately, you don't have any blocks for me. I also came to the realization you're just never gonna get... Yeah, you can handle... Oh, okay, so you're never gonna be able to equip that one, so let's go to you. You can use an SMG. That's fine. Give you a tactical grip. And you will be able to go up to weapons 3, that's fine. Yes. We have had them attack me before, and when they did, we just threw everything at them. Like, basically, when they went to land, we just had everyone kind of just waiting for them. And they, it didn't go well for them. It went rather poorly for them. So you'll never have weapons more than 1. So I'll take that off your list. You're only going to ever have the pistol. Put shotgun autoloader on there. Shotgun autoloader on there. You'll never be able to use the shotgun. We can put a scope on there. Shotgun autoloader. Okay. So basically just set them up to have all that stuff. But yeah, we've had a good couple times where they've tried to raid. A crew member died. I missed it even happening. They apparently got frostbite. How did they get frostbite? Huh. Check temperature overlay. I mean, that room's just a tiny bit cooler, but nowhere near frostbite risk. My guess is the temperature just barely dipped while the power was fluctuating. And you got Senji Cookie with their 775 stream streak. Catch the last 775 streams without miss a single one. I really do appreciate it. There's just not a whole lot I could do until I get some cargo spots. Or some hull spots. Until we get that, I don't have the ability to expand my ship in any kind of meaningful capacity and all that. Yeah, we got plenty of wires that hook everything up. Yeah, because the power's being unsteady with our manufacturing. Aliens detected. Okay, so we got infestors. So where are they gonna go? Go down here, man. No, don't go after me. Okay, you look like you might be hitting that one. So I got that one before I could do anything. Where are you going? Nope, it has successfully boarded that ship. And let's see if it does any damage or if it just... yeah, it just got insta-killed. We have had where an enemy ship got caught by an infestor and then just eventually became a derelict as things got bad. In that case, they had enough firepower to take it down before it became a real threat. Can you turn off some of the advanced machines and let the scrap station make some hull blocks? Yeah, I probably should. I've been not wanting to. Okay. I'd like a lot of them to get out of here already, so the system's not so busy. Yeah, when a ship shows up, it just... everyone climbs into our station and gets us money. Like, we have money for days. The problem is they're not selling what I need. Okay. We're all coming in here, getting stuff done. Alright, Shimp has entered the sector. No missions, trade. Alright. Here you can have a pair of shotguns. Actually, that's fine. You'll take care of your own stuff. Grab the fuel. Just leave it at that. Okay, so it looks like they're gonna start going out here. They don't need to be buying the fuel anymore. Okay. There's just so many people coming aboard. Yeah, but they're continuing to just make one block after the R block after the R block. We do have it to sell the blocks automatically once they're over, like, 10 of them. But still not bad news. Again, so long as I can manage to actually get the supplies I need. How close are you? Alright, you're right about to give me advanced nutrition. And part of it is we do offer repair services, which does use the hull stuff as well. And honestly, very well might be I need a second recycler going. Alright. Oh, wait. It wasn't that. That was a prereq. The artificial meat is next. That's fine. Where was artificial meat in here? I just do it this way. Add you on the list, and your first priority. Because with that, we'll be able to start getting more stuff going on. There's a bit more power. And then I'll probably use the next blocks for expanding one of these rooms. Because I need to make room for potentially just chucking down a second generator. I have to decide where I'd even put that, though. Oh yeah, I meant to move that forever ago. It's fine. But yeah, so we're gonna go ahead and get another solar panel up and running. There's another solar panel up and running. That'll help mitigate this a little bit. Because that, even with the other machines turned off, is still riding right around, 90% power or so. Okay. So. if we want to try and improve our situation with our power, what I'll probably want to do is I don't want to connect these rooms if I don't have to. So worry about that. Like, put it over here is one idea. That's probably what I'll do. So you can go over here, expand this out this way. I put a wall with a door there, and then put the generators up here. So I can move that generator up there and the other generator up there, then we can move this oxygen here so I stop taking the penalty here and give myself room for like another computer. It's going to be a while before that happens, though. Okay. Yep, and that is the last of the salvage stuff. We do have you sitting up there. I'm honestly surprised none of these ships have left. Like, I'm building up a small army of ships all around me. And I really do want them to kind of get out of my way already. Okay. Okay, your output is full. What would it take? Because there's something else we could potentially make to help us. Robots. We could potentially make the both of you. Because none of those take hull spots, so I've got spares and materials for them. Okay, so you're gonna build a Logibot that's just gonna run around and do Logibot things. It'll run out of the these energy cells every once in a while, but at least it'll help with that. Sounds like you need some parking time limit enforced with cannons. Alright. I need you to not be over there anymore. It says you're out of energy. Oh, right, because you have to, like, give them the energy cells. So it's going to power up the little robot there. Now give us a dedicated logic bot that's gonna just Roomba around and move stuff for me. Yeah, actually, now you mention it, I probably should just go out of my way to do that. New trade. Nothing there we need. New trade. Nope. New trade. New trade. Takes care of that for a while. New trade. I just bought a big pile of the energy things for the bots. Okay, so you're still hovering around 80%. We'll get there. Okay, so I probably need to turn this building back on, as much as I don't want to. Because I've got a bunch of other things that are now complaining that I don't have the materials needed to do whatever it is they happen to need. Because of that. They're getting relatively close to being able to potentially chuck down another generator up here. That's fine. Because that is just enough space to chuck down our generator. Then I could potentially also do is we go over here, and once I've got that built, switch us from right now, I'm using 2 of the little ones here. Switch us up to the big one. I'm still shocked that we had that death. Like, very genuinely, just, like, turned away and it just, like, died of frostbite. And you're like, wait, what? When? How? New trade. Alright, it's probably a mistake. But I am gonna say you're an arms dealer now. Basically, the only things I'm not providing is fabrication. Let's be honest. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. And they're not happy with the munitions I am providing. I need to go one more tile wider, because that'll give me enough space to chuck a heater in between there. I'm not sure what's going on where we just keep having more and more and more stuff show up here. But it's getting very crowded here. Okay. This does also mean I could probably turn all of these back on again. That's a matter of, like, doing industry as fast as they can. But they did build a second reactor. Okay, so we had... Which ship was the new one? Why will you none of you sell what I need? Alright. So we got people doing lots and lots of stuff like this. You got rogue bots coming up in system. Let's see. I'm seeing if any of them will... give me a path to hiring crew. Okay. Interesting. Hey, Psychotic, how's it going? So what we could potentially do is choose one of these factions and basically take our copious amounts of wealth and start bribing our way into being their besties. So let's start with the civilians. So let's contact the civilians. Let's make them an offer them a big gift. Sure. Yeah, none of them are giving me an opportunity to hire. I did see that if we do stuff with the Exodus fleet up here, we can. But the problem we're running into is we're not getting the opportunity, like, because they want the prestige there. I mean, honestly, what I need is I just need, like, some type of threat go in and start getting rid of these. The Exodus fleet has renewed their shop. Yeah, so the problem is I need to get more objectives. They haven't offered anything in a while. So it's gotta wait. Yeah, it's alright, they'll get there. Meanwhile, let's grab another one of these heaters. Okay. All right. So they like to dock in those. And you require a hull point. I'll definitely want to do that as well, but that's not the priority. Alright. There are so many ships around me. I need you all to leave. What might happen is if we get lucky and we get to these debris field over here, we get the derelicts going, sometimes they'll send out their own boarding parties. That can actually work out really well for you, because then they board, they lose all their people, and then they send more people to board, and then they lose everyone, and then you get to loot both the derelict and their other ship, and then take the refugees and get a big payout for saving their lives. Making so many blocks right now. You still are kicking out of backup power with a whole extra generator. What quest did I do for you? Okay, it says I've got a reward waiting on the goose. All right. Cool, so we're getting that last section done. So you will... Alright. Just offer it all. So take that generator, we're moving it on up. The power's gonna be a bit dicey for a minute here while we're doing that. Okay, and with this, let's go to system. Grab that whole big thing. You can move the oxygen thing out of there so they no longer take the mood penalty from doing research with the oxygen machine in there. Okay. I have lost track of everyone here. So that's the new ship. Missions, none here. Trade. New trade. Give me your energy stuff. The rest, that's fine. Can you ask me a question about the game? Yeah, no, that's fine. You don't... Like, you're welcome to ask questions. You don't need to be like, you don't know me. That's fine. I would find it weird if there was someone where you popped their chat and they're like, can you ask me about the game you're playing? And they were like, no. How dare you? Enemies have entered the sector. So it looks like we've got a pirate group who's trying to make a move on this ship. And that shell's getting absolutely plastered. I do think it is going to successfully dock, but it's going to be in pretty sorry shape when it gets there. So everyone got off there. But again, injuries there. You never got the Pathfinder beacon. You found the ship. There's no beacon on it. When you explore the ship, if you go to... I don't have a derelict to look at right now. But when you go there, there'll be like, you know, salvage. And then there'll be like the inventory of stuff just laying on the ground. You want to go to the inventory laying on the ground thing. It could show up there. If you don't see it there, draft someone on that ship and have them walk around. And you'll find it on the ground like you do data logs. I think I end up having to draft someone myself and walk around on the ship to find it. So once again, a boarding party showed up. They put all their people on this exact same ship. And then walked away. And then the shuttle left completely empty of people. A couple more entertainment systems here. Still no beacon? Unfortunately, I don't know what to tell you. I didn't have that problem. You could try, like, saving and closing the game, reloading, that kind of thing. New missions available for the Titan Goose. Hey, you want me to give you medical attention? Just give me that. You have a bunch of bodies laying down there. Of people you've arrested. All right. Yeah, so less penalties here. I will need you to prioritize that second oxygen maker pretty soon. Not actually sure what half my people are doing that. I'm not getting more of that. Alright, so take those. And that's fine there. Yeah, no, that was the thing that didn't make sense. You were in this bedroom and you just collapsed and then died of frostbite. And we were like, what happened? I don't understand. That, yeah, like, the power afflicted you just, as far as I could tell, like, we didn't get a warning that you were getting injured or whatever. It's just like, we saw the prompt that a crew member has died. And I'm like, what? So yeah, we were having some power stability problems, which is probably why it was cold. But it definitely felt for as important of an issue as that was, it really didn't feel like it got much input, notification, whatever you want to go with. Alright, so we did our medical treatment for them. What we do have a problem is, All right, let's save for a moment because I think something's being a little broken. And the reason we're saying that is we keep getting more and more and more friendly ships piling up, and they're not going away. So we have a literal traffic jam of ships showing up here.
Thank you Pagecakis for subscribing for 7 months. Rual love.
Thank you, Page of Cakes, for the 7 months of Tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate that. Means like a lot, so thank you so much for that. I really do appreciate that. What is a constant critical resource? Oh, it's our hyper fuel, because I don't have a hyperdrive because I'm not a spaceship. So I'm selling almost all of it because I physically cannot use it. And then hull blocks, and that's because I'm using them as fast as we're getting them, basically. Because we are running a repair depot as well. So as we get those, I'm flying out and patching up holes in these ships. Okay, when that's built, we can now go over here and dismantle that and dismantle this. They're now redundant. Oh, good. Another ship is going to show up. I need a proper pirate raid, just so some violence can go back and forth to thin the numbers. Or we need one of the derelicts that just keeps spitting out drone after drone. Or just a really dangerous derelict to show up, and then half of them to start sending boarding parties to try and cause mayhem. Do the ships never leave? Normally they do. That's what's confusing, is we've been going this whole time without a problem, and then just suddenly something happened as I've offered more and more services that we're starting to build up kind of a big parking lot. One thing we should probably do, stop offering the fuel service. I don't have the fuel. I guess I don't have to worry about pirate raids in the near term anyways. Anything hostile shows up in this system, they've got a lot of stuff to fight through before they can get to me. Yeah, I mean, the only ship that's gotten attacked here is this one. This one's been attacked twice by pirates. Okay, we've got the... Oh, we got a derelict. Cool, cool. I'm sure someone will give me a mission to go board that here in a minute. Because I'll board it to gut it, but I'm going to wait until I get the mission offer. Hey, the follow. Welcome to the stream. That would be pretty funny. Rogue bots detected. It's actually a reasonably dangerous derelict. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so which ship was even the new one anymore? I have multiple trades queued up with you. That could even be what it is. It could be that they've just started, like, queuing up tons of trades, and I just am not having the opportunity to deal with it. Does anyone here What? Why attack me? There's a whole army around here. Yeah, so you keep making rogue boss for a little bit here. Alright. But yeah, that'd be pretty comical if it was a thing like we had offered fuel and they came with not enough fuel to leave. Please don't just stand there. Alright, so it didn't get too bad. It can actually happen. Well, then eventually they'd probably run out of any fuel, and then their ships would go cold, and then everybody would die. And I get free stuff. Why did you have breakdown? You're missing your friend. They're just going to refuse to work. That's fine by me. We can get some hull plates. We'll probably want to expand this. How close are we? So we're getting pretty close to making artificial meat. Yeah, so what we'll be able to do is once we get some hull plates, we'll expand this and add some more hydroponics for the meat. Okay, got some scrap, got some of that. That's fine. This is probably getting pretty close to that. Did something bug? Well, that's what we're kind of thinking might have happened. Is something might have bugged and got everything, like, blocked up. Alright. So I think we're probably getting close to the point where we're not going to have more of that going in. So grab U4. Grab U3. Let's get ready to have boarding party. This is probably going to be one that puts up a decent fight. How many? Alright, we will accept the give medical attention. So you're going to go for that opening. I wonder what you're going to want here. All right. Okay, so you're critically low on research resources. Yep, I'll do it. Please stop running up and exploding directly on top of my people. Okay, so this group, you just start getting them out of there. Okay, so you draft, undraft, just start rescuing. Means, of course, you have abandoned your friends. So, new mission available, salvage the derelict. Sure. I actually want the hull plate, so yes. That's literally the ship I'm just about to finish with. And they're pretty badly hurt, so we want to get this done and done fast. Cool, and that's done because there actually was no materials of the ones they wanted. So start carrying the injured to the shuttle. Yeah, so Kanahawk got pretty messed up there. And so did, Did you... Okay. So people are doing their best to keep up. But that'll be good because they're going to give me 2 pieces of hull plate. I'm just going to gut that ship real fast. Because none of the others have anything else to do. So it's very much tear it all apart as fast as you can. There's got to be a limit on how many ships can be here. Alright. So we got them their supplies, so they're happy with that. We're providing repair services. Alright, repair service is done. Yeah, we're just literally we can't get, so we're waiting for a free airlock. Queue those up. Because that's what's going on now, is you got a backlog of all the trades trying to happen and people trying to move around, and we're so overwhelmed that nothing can get done. I also have a gift I need to get out of here that's just not happening. Did you already strip it? New derelict down here. Anyone got a quest for me to go check it out? Not yet. Alright, so give that a minute for a quest to queue up. Alright. So our thing's getting called, and we're basically just waiting on Hull, please. A ship has entered the system. I will take your fuel. I'm honestly surprised the game isn't running terribly with how much we've got floating around out here. I guess you're just wandering around doing nothing for a minute. That's fine. He needs his protein powder. To be fair, we're trying real hard to get this research done so we can actually get meat. So, you joke about it, but you're also not entirely wrong. Alright. Kinda hoping one of them would give me a quest for the derelict. Because in the meantime, it's probably just better I just let them continue working so I could hopefully get some more landing places. He's got the big pad available. All right. You know them say waiting for free airlock. Yeah, so I think it's happening is they're queuing up one thing, one person's getting their stuff done, and then it queues up the next thing. So we have a list of currently, what is that, 16 things, not counting anyone doing just regular stuff here. All that's just bottlenecked. We can get just a little bit of hull scrap, we can get that going. It's 11:41. Yeah, and that's what we got going on here is our queued. We're just still waiting on this. Like, it's making our hull box. It's just taking time. Doesn't the ship on the right below have 2 quests? The one down here, the android ship, those are completed quests. We already did those previously. I saw you make a hull plate. I didn't see where it went. In my luck, you're still out here repairing a bunch of trashed ships. Okay, once people are rested, we'll probably pop in here. And I think what might also be happening here is as they're getting low on food, they might be sending their people here to eat the food I've got that I'm providing, and then paying me for it, which is keeping them from starving to death because I am supplying the thing that they're needing. Unintentionally trapping them here in a vicious cycle. You've got almost all that ripped up. Okay, we finished repairing another ship and got paid.
Thank you LuxRay26 for subscribing for 36 months. 36 months OMG.
And thank you, Luxray, for the tier 3 sub. I really do appreciate that. That's incredibly generous of you. And yeah, 36 months, 3 heckin' years you've been subbed to the channel. Thank you so much for that continued support. It means a whole heck of a lot that you'd support me for this long. I really do appreciate it. So thank you. Okay, let's go ahead and get a group going. Hop in that shuttle. But yeah, the reason they're taking forever to build is I need a material, and that material is being gobbled up by everything. You got new derelict has shown up. Aliens detected. Yeah, let's go that way, won't I? On a breaching charge. Okay, so what we're doing is just kind of systematically cleaning this up. Okay. So we've almost finished exploring the ship. It doesn't honestly seem like that bad of a ship so far as the number of dangers on it. There's a good chance I'll have one that's wandered around, that it was working its way around, and we just kind of missed each other. Okay, and with this, we'll tell them to get rid of everything here. Grab all that. And let's check on where everything is, because I have not been keeping up. Any missions on anyone? Nope. Okay, so those four are working on that. You can check out the next one. How do you rotate your screen? I believe it was Windows and then the arrow keys. It might be like Windows Alt the arrow keys. Or no, that's for moving a window, I'm sorry. If you mean like rotate your screen like that, like you would go into display settings, and I believe you right click on it and choose rotate. Alright, so I finally got that solar panel built. Meanwhile, they're racing around, tearing this place apart as fast as they can. Is your picked clean? Yep. You got triggered with starvation when I got tons of food. I can only assume it was just because I had you out there fighting when you were supposed to be eating. Alright. So we just need to keep you working there. That's fine. Just need to say hull block. Because we made zero progress in clearing any of this out. Okay, there's a hull block being done. Alright, so we got the energy refinery research, which is interesting because I had artificial meat. Oh, it's because we disassembled stuff. We'll want to do that. That's not a priority. I'm going to have to build more ship. Right now, the priority is to get these other pads done. Because once we do that, we'll have a lot of other good stuff. I feel like we're gonna get the second pad going, and then the rate people are gonna be moving around is gonna just rapidly pick up. All right. Okay, that needs to be repaired. Yeah, doing a really good job of just tearing this whole thing apart. We must be doing more repairs still. Okay. Yeah, so you're having stuff, the starvation has dropped off. Okay, so you're gonna be making another hall block soon. I'd really like if they could get over here and get that built. Alright, so we got ourselves artificial meat available. So for right now, let's take 2 of you off. And put artificial meat on 2 of those. We're going to need more planters than I've got, but at least that means I'll be getting all the all the food types available. I keep seeing them work on the hull scrap and not actually seeing them get done. What's your problem? That's weird. Okay, so I'm gonna need you to get out of there, please. Okay. Alright, got a mission for me? Nope. Trade. That's fine. Okay, so let's grab 4 of our people who are in relatively good shape. Grab 2 more. There should be a keyboard shortcut. I believe there is a keyboard shortcut for, like, rotating the screen kind of thing. I just don't know off the top of my head is all. Let's bring him over here. Yeah, so it looks like this is all mostly intact on the outside, but there might be one breach right here. We don't want to try and be fast because this isn't going to be on the map very long. Okay. Let's check here. Painkillers. Let's free this person, then we just get the last 2 rooms to go. Yep, it is a sleeping pod with a person in it. Most of the time the person's alive, and this is the best way to rescue people. Or to get new people. Yep, so they got abandoned in theirs, and we'll bring on a new person who has very good potential for weapons and bloodlust, and is a nurse. Yep, so bring on yet another crew member. Let's get out here before that one thing gets there. Let's cut across here. There's a breaching charge. Nothing found. Retrieve lost items. It'll have 1 day to do it. Alright. So this isn't the one that has the stuff we need. We'll go ahead and queue up that to take everything off of here. And then the new derelict is way over there. It's not a very big one. Let's let everyone get home real quick. And then meanwhile, we got our brand new person here to join the crew. So let's get your name drawn. And this will be Pretty Little Pyro, which works out considering that character has bloodlust. But I also need to go Pretty Little Pyro, inventory. You will grab a pistol when you can. It'll have you be another person who grabs a assault rifle when you're able. So I'm going to give him a moment to get most of the people off of here, and then we got to go for this other one to retrieve the item. Granted, good luck with me remembering which of those ships I'm even doing that for. Are you all in relatively good shape by chance? Yeah. Draft you. Get on here. And we can go back to doing what you're doing. Okay, retrieve perished people. We'll deal with that in a minute. First, I need to grab this shuttle. And go over here. When recycle recycles hull scrap, does it create a hull block? I believe so. Why does everyone have... Everyone here is like, I would like the thing. Every single one is like, give us the fertilizer. We need the fertilizer. Okay. We just need to find the thing in here real fast. Okay, so somewhere on here is an item I need to find. An item of interest. I believe it was this ship that I was asking for, right? That's the crew members. Okay. There are so many of these things out here. So we're retrieving an item of interest for someone. Oh, let me just check it this way. Ah, there you go. Okay, so you can carry on. So the real question comes up next is like, we've got another derelict ship here somewhere, down there. Okay, so you got all that queued up to salvage. That has been unqueued for salvage. That's unqueued for salvage. We haven't had a chance to check this one. You have so many visitors? Yes. I think basically what's happened is everything's jammed up because we don't have enough places for them to dock, so everything is stuck waiting on these. We are working on trying to get that. I just need some hull blocks to be put in here to get that done. But we are running into problems. We're just getting more and more and more stuff here. Okay. And I shouldn't be able to double dip on that. So you can grab you, and you. Draft you and put them on the shuttle. Just gonna check the next one. There you go. What? I don't care which shuttle you get into. Please go on one of the shuttles. That's not our shuttle. That's the problem. Oh, I see what's happening here. Yeah, I've seen this annoying thing before. You go to get on the shuttle on that pad, and then it wants to move them to a different pad, but it drafts them so they don't actually go to the other pad. So I've just got to wait for them to dock up on one of these other pads. Okay, that's good enough. Alright, so we need to go down here. Go for that breach. Please actually hit things. Okay. So letting them just feed themselves into me for a minute. Yeah, it's too slow to try and dodge it. I'm pretty sure I grabbed a bunch of my people who are not nearly as well kitted equipment-wise. Alright. So just trying to clear this one out. We'll get the bodies out of here. You'll follow me up here, that's fine. Alright, we just got this last set of rooms back over here. Then this one will be clear. Which is good, because some of the people are getting a little low on their air. Okay, so with this one, expedited transfer. You're gonna get those corpses out of there. And you have already got the other things out there that mattered, so go ahead and queue all this up. And select all and do that. Okay, so retrieve your perished crew members. Let's see. So mission log. So that is to transfer from derelict to there. That's fine. And that's Clash. Yep, and they got the corpse. And they should drop off both those quests. Okay, so no longer expedited. Alright, so we got our payout there and our payout there. Cool, so that was a bit messy. We did get all of the derelicts done for now. We're fast rotating around and just getting more and more ships in our parking lot. Okay. I do wonder if you would eventually run into a situation where they couldn't even buy your food anymore. They just like fully exhaust their resources and then they just go derelict and they just become another ship you tear apart. Are you like weirdly threatening me? It's like, what happens next is firmly in your hands. Yes? Oh wow, we've already gone through almost all of our energy cells. There we go. Now let's queue up yet another thing I don't have time for. Alright. And let's all work at gutting this. And we'll have people continue to work on making our blocks. About 3 years ago, you could do that. Yeah, no, it wouldn't surprise me if you had a bunch of stuff, because a lot of that sounds like stuff like the AI just being broken and not being able to be self-sustained. Because, like, certainly it's one thing if you as the player screw around with things, but one would assume eventually the AI would become hostile to you if you were doing that. But, like, you know, especially when it's early access and all that, that's just stuff you expect to slide through the cracks. Yeah, so right now I just had them doing laps and just salvaging stuff and trying to build blocks as fast as possible. We just need to get some hull blocks here. Yeah, so as you can see, as we get the hull scrap, it does give me a little bit of, it'll give me part of a hull block and all that. So it takes 4 rounds of this doing the hull scrap before I get a block. But it will be a thing that once we get that next pad up, and we start getting more of these ships coming through faster, that should help a lot. Okay. You got plenty of room here, so we're just literally waiting for logistics to get done. Alright. Okay, the artificial meat is a little cursed, where it's just like bins of like hamburger growing. That's pretty cursed. Insufficient oxygen levels. Okay, you're already on your way back. Okay. Environmental condition, low oxygen. Yeah, you're in space, you're in a vacuum. Okay, so start clearing this one off the list. You just don't have the time. Please, don't damage this thing. I just need you to let me make... Oh, we got a block. They've successfully made a block, so there's a good chance we'll get one of these two done here, because I don't have anything else queued up for it. Oh, there we go, finally. We have a second pad. So the hope is now those will all start getting themselves sorted. Considering we're up to 20 things waiting to land here. Alright, so we now have 3 places for them to land. Okay. Yeah, so you're still salvaging that one. That one's basically done. Yes, I'm seeing their shuttles zipping all over the place now. Okay, we're starting to see a bunch of things coming in as being like satisfied with their service, unsatisfied with their service, all that kind of stuff. We got another ship showing up soon. Hey, Snowball, how's it going? Thank you for the 3-stream streak. I do appreciate it. Unsatisfied with their food, satisfied with their assembly, unsatisfied with their arms dealing. The number's starting to go down. Okay. So it looks like they're finally clearing out. You have to change this up. Okay. And would you look at that, they're finally leaving the sector. Okay, so and grab your fuel. That's fine. But just need to let it cook for a minute. Let me get the next thing going. There's all of these things piled up. Guys, people coming in. Okay. So we're still showing a decent amount of stuff there. That one's basically tapped. Yep, and we are slowly getting our hull blocks in stock. Got people unsatisfied with my arms offering. Okay, so you entered the sector. No mission, trade. Give me a little bit of fuel. Then go new trade here. Give me your fuel. Alright. I was curious if there's some type of filtering I could put on here because we're getting just too much noise with this many ships here and I gotta wait for them to leave. And what's happening is basically as they get here and drop their stuff off, I'm getting the results being like, hey, we're happy, or no, well, this wasn't a good one. And all that kind of stuff. I do wish it gave you more details, like, hey, you didn't have what I wanted. Hey, you didn't have enough of what I wanted. Like, whatever the snag was. That you get more information so you can make the decision be like, okay, I need to put more priority on stuff. Don't sweat trying to collect the last of that. Okay. The station is absolutely overwhelmed with people. CO2 condition. Okay. So it is warning me that we have too much CO2 on this end of the building. So what we're gonna do as a temporary fix, I'm gonna put a gas scrubber. I did not leave myself any room. Alright. just a little bit there so I could shove a gas scrubber back here real fast, because it looks like literally there's getting to the point that there's just not enough ventilation, so CO2 is building up in this corner. But then what I can do is after that is I can continue to build this out, and I'll put the CO2 collection farther out. Hey, Alanorama, how's it going? For those that don't know, Alanorama, fellow member of the House Kid Frequency stream team, absolutely fantastic. Also been playing this game. Let me go ahead, and that is not who I'm looking for. Alright. Alanorama. But definitely someone worth checking out. Playing some American Arcadia. Yeah, I was lurking there for a little bit earlier. Didn't catch much of what it was. I know I had heard stuff about American Arcadia. But yeah, I hope you had a good time. Yeah, again, plays a lot of similar stuff what I've played. Has done, like, done this, has done RimWorld, has done a whole bunch of that kind of stuff. So if any of that sounds good, you can find it over there as well. Did the CO2 thing kind of just sort itself out? It did. Was it maybe not that there's CO2 issue over here, but rather... Okay, so let's cancel building this hall. And let things collect more. How are we doing out-of-service offerings? So the restaurant is going great, and the sleeping is going great, and the processing ore is going great. The food supplies and the fuel and all that are not. Which is curious, because I don't even know how I'm going to get more fuel here beyond just trading and then trading again. Okay, so I think I'm going to do is I'm going to extend this out and then bring this over. So we have like the giant hallway of rooms, and then connect this, and I can just toss a CO2 scrubber. It is good to seeing ships leaving now. All right. Would you miss these last 2 hours? Are you deep into Ultima Outlands? Does server miss the other screen? An obvious sound. Yeah, so we had a bunch of ships get like built up here and backlogged. We did manage to get ourselves some more parking spot, which does seem to be getting that sorted. And now we're just trying to run all of the businesses, and some of them are going well, and some of them aren't, which is fine. We're finally getting our hall blocks made, which should help. And if they keep leaving, they'll keep making space for other ships to get in here. I'm trying to just wait till our hull blocks aren't considered, well behind. Something tells me your ore service is doing pretty good right now. Yeah, the fact that it's just kind of cycling up on the screen constantly, being like, is pleased with your service, is pleased with your service. Okay. You're doing perfectly good on power and all that. So happiness, mostly the thing that's making them upset is they're spending so much time in their spacesuits. And they're a little hungry. We'll expand this next and get our grow stuff thing. What's the consoles behind the greenhouse? I mean, this is my reactors, and then this is the core. This just lets you decide, like, how many things you're allowed to build, and this is my main power. That was down here, but we moved it up here because I needed more of it, and I wanted to kind of, like, put the things together. Make room that whole bit. Alright. We're running out of carbon. That's interesting. We finally almost caught up with that thing. We've got all of the other ships leaving one by one. Alright. Cool, so we're going to add 2 more of these. And it looks like we'll probably want to add more... It'd be more root vegetables, more nuts and berries, and a little bit more artificial meat. And just like that, we finally almost have the whole system to ourselves. Got micrometeors incoming. Okay, so they just need to be assembled. Alright, we're in the nebula part. Yeah, so civilians, we basically paid to boost their stuff. As kind of one downside, is it does seem like you don't have a means of building up meaningful reputation by just running the serve station normally. You have to, like, kind of go your way and either toss a bribe on top or manually trade. Put out the fire, please. Put out the fire, please. Okay. Yeah, so you got 2 outstanding trades. And then you'll be out of my hair. And meanwhile, you see this endless arrow. Genuinely, I'm surprised they give us such limitations on the station with... We had all of those there, and I never noticed any kind of performance issue. And there was a good, like, 18, 19 or so ships there. Alright, so... Roots. Roots. Artificial meat. Nuts, nuts. Roots, artificial meat, nuts. Okay. We'll see how that goes now. We've expanded our production there. When you expect to be a lonely outpost, instead you're a parking lot for the Super Bowl. Yeah, no, it was a whole massive escalation. Need to keep fixing all your stuff in here. What are you even researching now? Laser weapons. Okay. Well, that's probably one of the reasons why we're failing on the arms dealing thing, is it's not the quantity of weapons, it's probably we just don't have the more advanced weapons. Alright. So bear with me, chat. I have really got to use the restroom, so I'm going to do that. I'll be back here in just a minute. Thank you again for tuning in, and I'll be right back.
Okay, and we are back. Sorry about that taking an extra minute or so. I was scarfing on my dinner, didn't get a chance to eat yet. And I was la hungry. Did that car ever sell? I believe it did. It took a while to sell. But to be fair, like that's kind of how it works in real life, is when you get those really, really high dollar items. You accept you're going to be sitting on it for a while, but then getting your big payday eventually. Alright. You are extremely frustrated. But why? That's a little annoying. Okay. Wait, let's say enemies have entered the sector. Oh. Alright, grab everybody. Except you, you're not currently available right now. Get into position. There's about to be a violence. All right. And what did you learn about raiding me? Hey, you want to surrender? That's unfortunate. You want to surrender? That's unfortunate. And for the record, we're not playing in normal difficulty. We did crank up the difficulty. But like I said, pretty much every single fight, that's how you deal with it. You just rally the troops and knock it down. Okay. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, chat. So what I think we're going to do is I'm going to save this. Can you do anything with prisoners decide to recruit them? Not really. From what I've seen is you can kind of recruit / enslave them, or you can kill them. And that's pretty much what it is. I'm imagining you could like bounty them off, like you could hold them till their faction shows up or something, but it's pretty limited in that regard. Which I don't mind too much, because like the whole cartoonishly organ harvesting, you know, stuff in RimWorld, which I believe you can like kill people in this game to get their organs. Like you can go to the autopsy bench and do that. But I don't need to do that. But I think what I might do is I might put a poll up to see what we're doing for the rest of the stream. Because I've been enjoying this game, but like, I'm genuinely getting into the point where it feels like I'm just fast forwarding. The threats aren't escalating in any meaningful way for me. And so it's just kind of one of those things that the game's been fun, but I'm definitely reaching the point where it's like, okay, but what now? I could just keep doing it to do it. But there's no real variety to it or anything. What are we doing now? And as a reminder, I've played already like 70 hours or whatever that is. So it's not like I played for like 10 hours and went, oh, I'm bored or whatever. It's just genuinely we've seen all the enemy types. We can knock them down plenty easy. We've already cranked up the difficulty on the game. We've tried both the ship and the station mode. Do you think the space station mode or the station mode is more fun? I think the space station mode has been a lot more fun for me. Because like very much with the spaceship mode, you go to a system, you like mine or whatever the stuff out of it, and then it stops having any purpose or meaning. So you just kind of move across until you're done, and then you new game plus it and repeat that loop. At least the space station mode, it feels like there's this like big meaningful progress in one universe. It is actually one of the things I'm curious about. Like, they've got a new game plus kind of you could do with this, where I can grab my shuttles, and there'll be an option on the like the bottom right where you can kind of relocate into one of these locations here. But it's one of those things I don't really understand why I would do that. Because, like, you're basically giving up your existing base to start a new base, is my understanding of how that works. So, it is just one of those things I'm like, but why would I? Like, and you could go out of your way to get, like, you know, an ideal location, but I feel like then you would just start off, get the minimum going, and then just wait till a good location goes up to switch over to or something like that. Why are you taking damage? Oh, Nebula. Yeah, it's fair. Your shields are getting zapped. But yeah, no, it's been a lot of fun. But like I said, there's not much weapon variety, there's not much enemy variety, there's not too many threats otherwise. And so it is a thing that you kind of quickly see what there is to do. The question is, if we do something else, let's put a couple options on here. We could do RimWorld, maybe. I haven't done that in a hot minute. That could be one possibility. We have incoming rogue robots. Alright, what else do I want to put on the list? Because we've got options. Because that's the same thing. We can put Cities Skylines 2 on there. I haven't played that in a very long time. That's early access and not ready yet. Okay, you are low on blocks. Sure, take the money. I literally sell them. Why are you asking? There's, like, literally one of the things we have is saying, like, hey, we'll sell you those blocks. So it's weird that even though we have that, they're gonna ask anyways. Alright, we'll put Farm Sim on there, because we still got that run going. Ruth the Pacha was fun, but I imagine nobody's looking for that these days. Environmental condition. Insufficient oxygen. Oh, you're still drafted, my bad. Okay. I was seeing other games that maybe I didn't have installed. You already did 2 Point. I've basically done everything in Timberborn, most of it on stream. I don't think I want to do SnowRunner right now. Let's see, so I got RimWorld, City Skylines, Farming Simulator 25. We did Planet Coaster 2 very recently, and I had fun with that, but I don't see a reason to go back right now. And think of the follow, welcome to stream. And as a reminder, just for like people popping in here, like, oh, they're switching games, blah blah blah, like whatever. We do play a whole range of games here. If you enjoyed this content, go ahead and drop your follow, because I'm sure we'll be bound back to this or similar games, in the near future. Yeah, I'll put Busbound on there. That you're not wrong. It keeps getting like the number 2 spot. All right, so there's the bots. Yeah, so they would just come across here and they're just gonna get shredded. We fought them a bunch of times. But the only way that becomes a problem is if they like catch one of my shuttles or mining ships by itself. I'm going to tell you to return home, because you're just going to get killed out there. Just flying around, fighting them, and not using any of the defenses we've got available. Okay. That's fine, don't care. Alright. We got a bunch of other games like Go-Go Town and all that are getting updates soon. They're just not here yet. We did the Hotel Architects update, did everything there was there. Like literally I have all the achievements for Hotel Architect now. And everything is crab is fun, but I can't really keep up with chat when that one's going on. It's one of those games you just have to focus on the screen the whole time. It's the reasons why I really enjoy the game, but I don't tend to stream it more than once in a while for like part of a stream. I keep wanting to do like more Pacific, like do a fresh start of Pacific Drive or keep driving, but I know that's me being selfish and knowing that's not gonna do particularly well. They're cool games, but most of the time I stream them, people tend to bounce, which is fine. It's very different content than my normal. There's also a lot of games like Whiskerwind that I'm excited for, but they're early access and I would rather wait till they're more done. I will say I definitely enjoyed this game more than Last Starship. Like, Last Starship was fine, but between the two of them, this one is the one I feel is way, way better of an experience. We finished Outbound. There's just achievement hunting in that. We don't want to do that on stream. Countess City gets its big update at the end of the month. We did Syntopia on the stream. I could see potentially doing more Nitrogen Omega, but I feel like that one's way in the outlier. We did News Tower. We just did a playthrough of News Tower very, very recently. Subnautica 2? Probably not. I'm very much in the camp of I would rather wait till it's more done. I really, really enjoyed Subnautica. I played through 1 twice on stream, and I played through Below Zero before on stream, and very much enjoy the game. But, like, right now, Twitch, it's not as bad as it was on the release date, but it's a very saturated category. And it definitely sounds like it's got some early access pains of, like, the animals being extremely aggressive, unlike a lot of the past Subnauticas, which is making the fact that, Subnautica is a game that takes a pacifist approach, but it makes it frustrating because you're kind of just slogging through them. Would you stop almost killing yourself and go back into the area where the defenses are? I have no idea what you mean by HOMM. Abbreviations make things not very clear. Oh, I think Heroes of Might and Magic? I don't even think I own that. I might own it. I actually do, but it's not installed. You know, we've done Medieval Dynasty recently. They haven't done a major update that's significant since the last time I played. It's always the hardest part is figuring out. We'll put yeah, I've kind of said for me personally, this isn't the yuck anyone's yum if they really enjoy going medieval. I found every time I played going medieval, I just wish it was a different game. Like, if I'm feeling more like the colony builder where you fight raids and all that, I'm thinking I want RimWorld or something like that more. If I'm looking for a city builder, I find I want Banished or Farthest Frontier more. Like, I find it kind of lands somewhere in between, but for me personally, not in a way I find super enjoyable. Like, it's not bad. It just, you know, it's just alright for me. Okay. I am thinking... There. We got a poll. Okay, so we got our polls. We got RimWorld, which will be starting a brand new run. I don't know what we'll be doing if we get in there, but we'll figure something out when we get there. We have City Skylines 2, which we'd begin a brand new city in there. They've had a ton of updates since the last time we played. I have heard it's been improving a great deal since they it changed HADs from Colossal Order to the new people I don't really know. We have Farming Simulator 25, where we would continue... Oh, you can't open the poll? You can hide the pinned message, and that should go. What's interesting is I'm not having that problem on my end. The reality is I actually have the reverse, is I can't see the pinned message. Here we go. Let me just unpin the message. There you go. But yeah, so I've heard they've done a good job of like really improving. It's still got pains. Like, it's not in an amazing place, but it's definitely leagues better than it was, is what I've been hearing from more and more people. That it does seem like Colossal Order bit off more than they could chew when they tried to do, say, Skylines 2, and then they also counted on Unity having technology in it that was promised that is still not available now, you know, years later. And so they were kind of just depending on that getting done, and it just never did. So they got the new people there. My assumption is they finally just ripped that stuff out and was trying to just do it a different way. Farming Simulator, we continue our Survivor Man challenge. Keep going with that. Busbound, it's kind of like American Truck Simulator where you just kind of chill, drive around, do that kind of thing, but you drive a bus, and basically the town around you gets better and better as you do it. And then Keep Driving has been given the nickname of being a car PG. It's very like Oregon Trail, except instead of it just rolling a dice and say, hey, you died of dysentery, you have like a turn-based combat system. Like, it's you versus an element, not like actually fighting most of the time. But it's a pretty slick game. It's really cool. It's not a hard game. Like, once you kind of get a feel for the how to play the game, there's certainly endings and challenges that can be hard. And certain achievements that can be hard. Like, there's one achievement about, you know, I can't remember, it's doing something while drunk or whatever, and the game will let you drink and drive. You do not want to do it. It is real hard to survive there, because like it'll have like flavor text or whatever on the top, and the flavor text will be like, you should not be driving, and it puts like a whole row of hazards on the top. And trying to just not die is its own big curse when that happens. But it's got a lot of endings. That one, it has lots of good music. I will leave the music on, even though it will absolutely get the VOD muted and all that stuff, but the music's just too good to leave alone. It is one of those bummers. It is one of those games that uses a lot of DMCA unsafe music. I also debated putting Pacific Drive, but I figured I was going to put Pacific Drive or Keep Driving,
because while one has a little bit more of a spoopy atmosphere versus the other one's a little bit more like road trip, they still have kind of that same 80s, 90s road trip like nostalgia kind of thing. You know, you have your old beat up car or whatever. They definitely have a vibe that they're very similar to with each other. Yeah, so far the vote is going a little bit in favor on RimWorld with 8 votes. Keep Driving's at 5 votes. And then Cities and Farming Simulator at 3 votes, and Busbound at just 1 vote. Which it does feel like Busbound, like comparing it against American Truck Simulator, it tends to do a lot of stuff in a pretty cool way that isn't really done in a bunch of the other games. But on the other hand, it is a game that it feels like you kind of finish, and there's not much more to see pretty quick. Not in that being a bad way, it's just kind of the nature of the game design that American Truck Simulator, you're like dealing with an entire country, and sure, any given location, the depth of design is nowhere near as much as Busbound, but there's still a scale and variety of environment to go there. Whereas Busbound, you have your little town and all that, and it's way better done, but it's just smaller. Alright, and it looks like RimWorld has won. So what we're going to go ahead and do is wrap this up. And I've definitely enjoyed playing Space Haven. We played very, 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 very early access way back and had a really good time with it. And all that good stuff. And I really like where the game has come to after all this time. But at the same time, you know, there's just not saying, oh, I will not do crowd control. Generally speaking, you'll find I do very little Twitch integration stuff, and when I do, it's usually stuff like where I'll just handle naming characters, whatever. Because usually when you're dealing with Twitch integration, it's absolutely frenetic and chaotic. And as I do try to go for a very kind of relaxing, you know, you can hang out and, you know, wind down for the evening, that type of content is basically the polar opposite of what I usually offer. It's not that I never do it, but it is usually pretty mild. The 2-Point Museum crowd control nightmare. Yeah, I don't know about crowd control with 2-Point Museum, but I do know the Twitch integration was a little obnoxious. It was neat, but obnoxious. For those watching on YouTube, the stream will be coming down and then going back up once I know what we're doing in RimWorld. It's just YouTube doesn't let me switch categories and have it work correctly. So that's going to go down for a couple minutes, and we'll be back there on the YouTube side. Alright, so we need to figure out what we're going to be doing in hecking RimWorld. So